Open new video.
Tried to go back through open price. That's rejection right there at 104. I would say if we get increased volume back up above, that would be something. But what looking here at the 103 level.
Heads up, I'm still having issues with DAS, but I was told to switch quote servers, and that seems to fix it this morning. And Nano and Armand's game plan for today is to short the first move up on Qs into yesterday's high day. Baba just opened for those of you who are watching China.
There's Nvidia through pre-market highs. Rejection there.
Tesla breaking low day.
Hey, Caleb, how do you feel about a Disney idea coming into 80 yesterday?
Let me see. Nothing really. Nah, nothing really too great. I wouldn't put it have it anything higher than any of the other market names.
Okay.
And especially too, like the volume as well. Well, I would say, did that come into your on a scanner?
I actually had an alert set months ago at 80. It got tripped yesterday. It bounced with the market, but
I wonder. Into the previous, I guess, yeah, into
yeah,
the
these are like the 2020 COVID lows
yeah,
and then it held, but
yeah. Just there's nothing really uh, nothing really great. Like looking at the like it's not really necessarily like a clear defined zone or anything like that. It's just like the low print was put in here at like 84, the previous 52-week low, and it's not like really a huge support level or anything. So it's kind of going back. Let me open up the daily chart on for the full, like to max it out. Okay. I'll take back what I said. It does have value to it. It was supported there all throughout the tail end of 23 from October until December.
yeah, I usually don't play technical plays like that. I'm just kidding.
Shorted some Tesla here into this 244
I
rejection.
think it would have been more clear for it to be like yesterday coming into that, kind of like same thing with Tesla coming into that support.
Mhm.
Same thing with Disney where you have basically a gap down into support, but for the day two, I think trickier.
Took a little short there in Tesla for a second chance on low day break. Still above 245 now.
As in you're already short or looking to get short?
No, I added in that 939, 939, 940.
Okay.
Qs have that same action below the opening price.
I saw that last week was the worst week in the market since World War II.
This thing is holding up still. I'm gonna add this
Looking
bronze
at
pro.
NAOV.
AOV. I got flat all my I got flat my AOV. I'm gonna add pretty decent sell. Thanks.
Are you looking at a long NAOV?
What happened?
You looking at a long NAOV?
I got flat my long. I'm on 50 for my gas. But I think it's consolidates.
Yeah, I like this. I like to add here.
Like 13.
Here,
I think that's
stop
perfect.
below 11.
Fine. Yeah, I'm gonna add more VIX on those. Maybe I might take puts on that. What do you think about buying puts on VIX? Nah, I'm not gonna do it, your ass.
Nvidia showing relative
I'm
strength,
gonna hold my stocks extra.
opening range break.
This NAOV curl might be worth it. Take.
I don't like NAOV for the 9 EMA. Too choppy for me.
I'm gonna get involved on pro. So it's just holding up doing heat and all. Basically he's doing flow pretty lot.
Stop that on Tesla there over 245s.
These look like they want to do an opening range break.
Mad. Add more VIX.
Nvidia opening range break.
Still short stocks is. Go flat now.
These are opening range break, but it's extended.
I really like this. Okay,
feel like there might be a trade setting up in Apple. I think a lot of people are watching Apple, but there's this China news coming out at noon with the tariffs. Apple should do an opening range break here. Baba is opening range break. Going to lows.
Big drop there. That flat takes.
Yeah, so market tanked, fell fall through new high, Baba through lows. I'm gonna look to short Apple here.
I would say it's just range bound. NVIDIA kind of, I would say wait for a consolidation here at the highs if we get that for NVIDIA, but outside of that, it's just failing. It's just looking, it's not, it's just kind of just ranging. It's failing at the end of each range.
Mm-hmm. My idea on Apple is that there's news or that the tariffs are being enacted at noon today.
Yeah, Carlton did get it.
And Anna was saying he feels like the market's calling the bluff on whether or not he'll actually do it or not. And so if he does, we would expect China-related things to sell off more than they have.
NOV. I'm looking at Nvidia here for a possible second chance off of 104. Here you go.
Yeah, I just find it so funny when you say it like that. Oh my god. Like, I just imagine you getting caught like in a
Yo, I
loop
didn't get
or
stopped on
something.
that. What the
Oh my
fuck?
god. Yeah, right. That was that. Just adjust.
Very interesting.
That would be super fast. Not that bad. That was a good first likelihood tip though.
Apple new high day.
The stack was wrong. Oh my god. Say so funny. I'm like, because I was watching tape on like the VFX turn, and I heard you just saying, "Oh my god," and I just started dying. I was like, yeah. And I just imagine in a situation where like you get caught in a underground or something, and you're like, "Oh my." I think the Sox X break open range.
Use hype day.
You're gonna take Hughes to the high, you said? Yo, this SLSN has been limit down for a minute.
Another failed fall through new high.
Go like overtime. Hey, Viddy's might be a pretty good breakout. Like a market play instead of buying TQQQ. Yeah, short Sox X instead. 100%. Yeah, geometry Fox is way better.
There's a decent second chance on Hughes. I'm not gonna take it, but I think if it goes high of day here, might try and push higher to the yesterday's high of day.
Still gonna be watching this NAO.
Nvidia getting tight.
Just like maybe it's always way higher. Breaks out, the 13 goes one up. Scout? Yikes. Oh, I like that. That's TKPP keeps trending higher. I might have taken that PLTO. Everything yine.
Supplies are at yesterday's high of day.
Oh yeah. Yeah. These guys options working on gas. I mean, yeah, is there options working on gas? Chris, coals are like freaking weird. Mike, commercial fucking shit. Just looking at the POTR, like, are the coals like looking good for you or like just like not voting out for me? I have to restart my shit.
It's definitely not as popular anymore.
Still watching NAOVs? Nah. Just down like fading. NAOV? Popping? Is it out?
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I bought it. Just gonna see how it works. Yeah. Which one? NAOV.
Nvidia coming into house.
Nvidia 105.
Oh shit. Yeah. This is a 500k float, so I'll just be careful.
Nvidia, what targets do you have for Nvidia?
For this one, I'm gonna be holding this trade using the 5 minute chart till we get a 2 bar break. So
Oh,
I'm holding it and I'll be adjusting my stop.
See ya, Fox X.
But I'm in from 104s. That second chance.
Shorty Fox X.
I would love for 110, but that would be asking for too much, bro.
yeah, that will be great.
Right.
110. Yeah, I wish.
Or maybe 106. I'm gonna start trimming into 106, 107.
Yeah, yeah, I think 106 and 107 is where I'm looking at. But I will still keep a portion to see if we can
I'm also
move
long
above
some
the
Apple for
110.
a second chance there. 188.
Amazon setting up for national relays.
Limit up on an LV.
Oh, that NAOV. Fuck.
I know, me too. Fuck. Go PLTR. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, Q is coming into yesterday highs at 443.
Yeah, so I'll probably start taking some there.
Fuck, man, I buried that fucking NLV.
Are you and Q also setting up for a second chance?
And that was a nice free bird in Q's 9 EMA. Let's see if we can break above 443 and hold on.
So I gotta keep shorting it. I take this Corona and OV. Please stop. Not anymore. Oh my god. I was gonna say that. I was like, I was about to say Corona. It's stuck on.
Apple looking to make new highs here.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Yanni, you do anything yet? Or nothing? What'd you do? You straight, you shorted stocks on? Yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna say if you listen to me
Higher day in apples. I'm gonna sell some of apple here.
And again, are you still holding Nvidia?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm with you.
Yeah, if apple breaks below that 108.50, I'm out of everything. I'm gonna adjust my stop there. Alright, sold half of apple there. Nvidia looking to break high day. Looking at Tesla second chance.
Keys were at yesterday's high day.
Susano C. Wilson, price high tops tend to decelerate, saying recession risk doesn't help efforts to raise prices. This is Susano CEO.
I'm gonna be trimming some of Nvidia here, just in case.
Now, the U.S. Trade Representative confirming that he's had several conversations with Chinese officials in the past week. This is here on Capitol Hill. Confirming what we heard from the Treasury Secretary and President Trump, saying that one of their focuses is reaching a trade deal with Japan. Now hearing from the U.S. Trade Representative on Capitol Hill.
I'm gonna take partial breaks on a 5-minute on Qs. It'll be the first 5-minute or break since the open range right.
Fix that scan back a little bit.
Their testimony just saying that one of the Trump administration's desires is to give open access for agriculture.
We've got short Qs. We've got a short Baba here. Sort of anticipating volatility at Delta 12.
Citigroup announced mitigation will become most to support merchants, Sir Yankee Franklin and Abhinav Bhattacharya.
Tesla teasing the highs.
Been choppy, yeah.
Stopped out of Q's.
What just happened there? We just made a new one. Will EV reveal some multiple properly structured barriers to trade.
That's funny.
We're recovering, but we dropped like $1.50 today.
The reason I keep saying it every time something like that happens. Oh my god. Like a PLTR stuff on you. That would be like a perfect.
Sure definitely hit the trade this time. Congressman that those higher reciprocal tariffs will go into effect tomorrow as previously outlined.
And AOB's popping back too. Doesn't sound natural anymore. I think from VWAP, yeah. And sold him. I don't know what the hell though. Just trading cleaner. Yeah, that too. That too, dude. That's way too much XLSX. Yo, Neo, NAV's popping back up. Popping back up. Man, this is too extended.
China.
Might join one though.
The China
This
thing?
next one, close them out.
He likes to speak that effect. I have no idea what it just he's like almost fascinated by the pronunciation.
Showing the limit up.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that kind of setting.
The first time you read it, I read like the only stories about LinkedIn, and it's just like she's crazy. And also in the early 90s had a friend, and the friend girlfriend would work in his office, and there's like just like people workers. And so I just read like all the stories.
Everything's rolling.
Like just his like company in the office. But yeah, he was like managing properties. I think she was like the first, she was like a drag runner back in the 20s. Like first line of defense was like
At short Apple.
I think that's the down for the game. Confirmation to me will be like volume, that's what we're looking for. In Spain have reported preliminary results overnight. Companies saying they
I thought
expect
the first permutation was good. Where like there still were some risks, like the hogs of VO then breaks within range. Then after that, yeah, in the morning, yeah, like we traded that, and then after that, there's nothing there. It's like no, we traded after that. No minutes on it. Is any of these still going nuts? Still doing yellow. Okay, if it were to break out here, it would have to stop more.
Yo, short just got stuck there. Yo, that shit just stopped me out in the fucking ran. You piece of shit.
That's the high day through 250.
Yeah. I was long from 247. That got stopped out on that pullback. Alright, so good. I'm still on Apple. And I'm still long Nvidia. Long Apple, Nvidia, and some IO and Qs. Ay, ay, ay. Come on, new highs on everything.
Short Apple and short Bible.
Alright, I'm gonna cancel everything. Yo, Tesla just stuffed into the highs. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm still long some Tesla, TSLR. Let that run.
Susano signals in there, tentatively looking at no issuance in the Chinese renminbi, more from the Susano CL.
I wanna wear Nikes. I don't wear them, but I wanna make them.
Alright, I'm LUNQ. I'm out of that.
Better because Yeah, I'm just gonna take this cues throws. Goddamn.
It looks like market is turning into a small lot with dogs at 443.
Yeah, you did. Shit. A lot of penny stock in this. Yeah, market's a little sad. What's up? What's up?
Cues are looking weak.
things are looking like they're wanting to potentially roll over.
Yeah, Apple's looking like a backside now
We got
too.
Tesla coming in, or I would say Nvidia's coming into VWAP right now.
So short and Baba planning to wait for the news to come out.
Something open. F18 IPL. Someone open. Come on. Are you really serious? It's indicating 1150. Kidding me. 1150 gap? Wait, why are we not buying this IPL? It's obviously like some Chinese shit. Oh my god. We're slacking. We're so slacking on that. All of these just fucking have been just nuts. We had 600 people out there. What the fuck? 700k. Let's see. Okay, this isn't Chinese. Based on Utah though. And the CEO is named Regula Bhaskar. It's not Chinese, but it's a small float.
I would bet 18 has more than 650 goes to 575 heads off the head lower.
There's something.
Looks like Hughes got the first open below the 9 EMA on the 5-minute.
Yo, Ben.
is near Voday.
Okay, I got it. True.
Stopped out of Apple and the rest there.
What's the POTR trade? Did it work? POTR trade work? No. Nothing worked then? Hopefully we get this. Yeah. I think maybe that NLP pre-market high was a nice scalp. How was it risking it? I don't know. The tape, I don't know. I had too much side. I was just like, fuck it. I was like, if it didn't unlock in the next couple seconds, I'm like, flat. I got lucky. Yeah. Breaking stoppage. This I wanna buy the print. We just looked again. I might just buy like 100 shares or something. It's a good 850 gap. 700k float. You have to like revoke your citizenship though.
Yeah, it's looking like Nvidia is going to be especially late here to the downside.
Cruzo, I feel like you're the kind of guy who has like a go bag in case shit goes wrong. Yeah. I mean, have you ever used Ren BTC? Yeah, that's like that coin Raven, RVN or RE. Yeah, they have this like one protocol where you deposit like wrap Bitcoin, and then you can like type in your Bitcoin address and they'll send it to you for just hours. So it was like, yeah, it's essentially like Tornado Cash or Pumpkin, but without the legal implications. I don't even think they're active anymore. I think it came out like that like WBTC was like pulling back or something. Yeah.
Caleb, I have a question about risk.
Yeah.
So you and I are, I feel like, mostly earnings traders, and so I feel comfortable increasing risk substantially based on earnings because it's very quantitative. You can read into the numbers and kind of understand what makes something really bad versus really good, and then sort of allocate risk accordingly to the goodness or badness. Whereas technical trading, I'm finding I have difficulty increasing risk. So, like, for instance, yesterday, uh, sort of a gap down into support on Tesla after the market's being sold, kind of expecting a bounce, and being able to do, like, I don't know, an A risk on that. Like, I just don't, like, I'll do like a C risk on that, no problem. But like doing anything north of like a B minus or something is very difficult for me. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Basically, with it starting off small, getting more, because the price action, like the trades and everything, the price action is going to be, the trades are going to be the trades. They're going to be the same.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more along the lines of the when it comes to the setup itself, like the probability of those trades, etc. Um, so it ultimately just depends on kind of like how you have your trade structured, and what trades that when you do like for instance like with the 9 EMA, um, the amount of risk in that situation, in a normal situation, how much you're putting on. Um, but the overall like setup itself, I would have like risked lower, because that's technically like not the like setup that you have in your playbook, but the trades are still going to act similar and relatively the same. So it would be just more along the lines of just a little bit less size overall, or less risk overall, because of not necessarily having the setup in the playbook. Um, so like if you're putting on, say, that risk in Tesla, and you, if it was a in earnings and you would say 30 or 40%, that would be one thing. But because of it being gap down in support, just a technical, not earnings, having it, if you want to cut that in half and only say risk 10 to 20%, or 15 to 25, give or whatever per allotment that you want for it. Um, but basically, it would be more along the lines of having that to at least start to playbook in terms of like a market technical, I guess, technical
Yeah, I
setup.
guess that's the thing, right? Is because I guess what I'm noticing now that I'm not very good at marketplace. So individual catalysts, I feel like are, easy to dive into and see what's really bad or good for a company. But right now we're in sort of this market play environment that I'm not really used to.
Correct. So that's why I'd be like starting off at first, like just having it be lesser risk overall, and just implementing it, adding it into the playbook. Um, because like I said, the trades are still going to be there. It's just going to be like what type of probability is it? Um, so for instance, like a 9 EMA normally is a momentum style type of trade. And so in a setup, I'm trying to think of like what a good, okay, a gap up into resistance is going to be, it's not going to be momentum. So if you're looking for a breakdown or like a higher time frame breakdown or breakout, that's where that's a momentum style type um of setup. So like the 9 EMA, the pre-market low, etc. Up through open, down through open. But in a gap up into resistance or a gap down into support, um, the trade could still play out, but it's not going to be more momentum. So like you would have at, say, like risk down compared to the momentum style type of setups because of the probability.
Gotcha. So it just sounds like just keep risk small while I get used to this environment, and then I can start
Yes,
increasing.
Correct, and that's kind of more along the lines of just the overall development of the playbook is that you're not originally like you're not going to be initially starting and throwing on 20-30% right off the bat. Like you need to have it developed first, and then once you get those reps in, then be able to put that risk on. So it's the same thing with the overall setups where it's like even though the trades are going to be the same, um, it's not going to be the same exact setup. So that's why it's like the risk is going to be kind of more um, altered.
Appreciate it.
And okay, cool. I was gonna say I'm also going to hop off and I'm gonna get the 11 a.m. started here.
Yep.
Let's do this. All right, I will see you guys in there.
Recording in progress.
I think the main thing I'm gonna watch in the close is this kind of LP as long as it holds the view off and does some VVO spending. Just gonna look to the
Yeah, that's
No, I just got the it's too thin. Cause I didn't want to hold it. That's disgusting. MNST. Oh yeah. Oh monster. What is it? What they say? Monster. I feel like they do have a lot more. Like Celsius is way better. What's Celsius sticker? Like C. TH. Do you guys drink Celsius? Pretty good, dude. It's creatine and burns fat. Right on. What about Jock? Is it good? if he doesn't have 95. Bad break. Wonder what he's doing. He did say he took a few days of work, so I know what he's doing right now. He's asking where are you there? Off open, right? I don't know. I saw him mention that it was a good gap up and first like it's trended super into the free market and into the open. Decent. If you scalp. I would have wished that that move had been off open. Fast sharp move. Yeah, correct.
Hey guys, I'm just waiting on Jeff here, and then we will get started here shortly.
Mine's already trust me.
All right, let's get charts going. All right. So hold on. All right, here we go. So good morning, everybody. So we're obviously in a really interesting tape, something called a two-way tape. That's what we would essentially equate it as. There is, we obviously had the move, and Steve covered it very well in the morning meeting yesterday. It's one of those things where we can look for two-way price action. What do we have at 12 o'clock? By 12 o'clock, I guess.
We have tariff news on China.
Tariff news on China. Yep, exactly. So we want to be very, very, very aware of that. So let's zoom into the price action from today, because obviously we had a good gap and some really interesting price action. We had a very strong up move. We met selling at 525, which was very interesting level for us, and we're peeling back pretty good here in advance of that. So we do want to notice kind of the levels that we're failing at, but think of this as like a two-way tape. You can see the directional price action with the selling if you just look at the way that we were trading. So it's just something to pay attention to here. These two-way tapes are great and a ton of fun for us as traders. We can take advantage of the opportunity if we adjust to it. these are the sorts of days that you want to really put yourself in a good position by updating the narrative many times in a day. Using tick reading is a great best practice for this. If you look at the $ TICK, you can see the difference. We were so strong on the open, and then you can see that distinct change at like 10:30, and you can just observe the difference in the way that we were trading. That is straight up really good tick read trading. Let's go to individual names, please. So this setup overall is a day 2 setup, right? Like yesterday was a huge range day, day 2. Like just a really good day 2. And what's fascinating is, just aside from that, we should have really good ranges, and we have had really good ranges, and that's creating a ton of opportunity for us as traders. Let's look at for a good day 2, let's go back to SPY from yesterday, please. SPY from yesterday, we had a good strong close and a gap up. We had that buying pressure right on the open, which is fascinating, right? To see that from today. You see that little dip and then that opening range, and then we broke to the upside. Yep, there you go. Let's zoom in. It's almost like a gap give and go, isn't it? On a little bit of a higher time frame when it really put in an opening range break. I didn't consider it a gap into resistance because I considered it more of a day 2. You could have considered it a gap into resistance, but I was thinking more day 2. I guess it was kind of a gap into resistance though as well. Failed above the high end of resistance, and now we're coming back down pretty quickly. What's happening likely is that traders are just chasing in both directions at this point. Failed to go lower on some pretty nasty headlines yesterday afternoon. One of them being during the 11 a.m. And that kind of puts us in a very fascinating position where traders were chasing to the upside, and now they're going to chase a little bit to the downside. It should be good two-way tape, though, overall. Individual names, I thought NVIDIA was very good. Let's take a look at NVIDIA, please. Yeah, today would be a good example of high strength, high weakness. Yep. Bias was a little bit long on the open, but it really wasn't. It wasn't that discreetly biased long, mainly because of the way the price action was setting up. We didn't really know. Wanted to see a little bit more of a range put in, and there was a range, and now it's failing. I think these are more momentum entries, honestly. These are much more momentum entries today. Because there's momentum in the tape. When things slow down a little bit in a short period of time, you're going to want to go more towards the move to move type stuff and other entries. But that is, I'm sorry, you want to look more into levels. But here you want to look for the momentum because of that factor that we just talked about. Traders are pushing money in both directions. High strength, high weakness, right? Okay. NVIDIA I thought was very interesting, but again, to the upside, did it trade like it was going to run away?
No.
No, it
No.
didn't. And so you
It
get
was passive.
Yeah, very passive, right? Yep. Not great, strong buying. And so when you start to get that momentum to the downside, it should accelerate a little bit more. Let's look at lots of wicks could stop you out if you're long. That's exactly right. Yep. Let's look at Apple. Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I just gotta get out of this position.
Apple, again, similarly, trying to break higher, and then just a really good backside that developed, right? Just really good backside into fashionably lates, right? Then so you see that range tries to go higher, just doesn't feel right, backsides into fashionably lates. Let's go to, let's see, what are some other names? Tesla.
Hey Jeff, can I get some feedback real quick on a trade?
Yeah, let's save that for a little bit from now. But yeah, let's zoom into Tesla because it popped up and then failed pretty good and then rolled up. The reason why the scalp radar is not picking up the fashionably lates is because I believe it's because of the methodical nature in which they kind of moved higher. So it's kind of messing with the scalp radar, if you will. But that's why we want you to learn the trades first, right? Like if you know the trades well, you recognize this is especially late, right? You recognize what's going on there. But the choppy nature of it early kind of got away from the what you look for in the fashionably late, which is that strong push higher and then the clear reversal, right? It's just like so methodical in both directions. And that's indicative of what? Higher time frame trading, right? Bigger participants playing in both directions. So you want to be aware of it. They're getting a little off. Think about it as people are offsides in both directions at this point. So we want to be aware of that very, very much. Let's look at MSTR, please. So has Bitcoin been relatively strong or relatively weak?
It's been relatively strong.
Why do we say relatively strong? Let's look at IBIT, please. Why has it been relatively strong?
I think, especially just the depth of the entire market pulled back, especially just late last week when we had Bitcoin just holding that 80,000.
Yeah.
And then when we pull back, still holding that kind of initial breakout level at 75. So that's how I'm engaging in just kind of high time frame, just holding that the top of that range.
But look at the price action intraday then, right? Where was IBIT or Bitcoin trading relative to the after hours? Where was it trading relative to the after hours?
Yeah, it did not break out of the range.
Correct. So on a higher time frame, you can say it's a little bit stronger than the market, right? But
Correct,
on a
on each
lower
day
time
basis.
frame,
Yeah.
it's much weaker than other stocks in the market, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's such a very good distinction to make because sometimes we find that, for example, I think Tesla is also a good example that it's been relatively strong the past few days, but today it showed intraday from the open, it showed relative weakness to some other names.
Yep. Yep. And so we want to be very, very aware of that. When we come in each day, you want to be asking yourself, is this relatively strong, relatively weak on a higher time frame and on a lower time frame? Because if we are weak in the market, right? And then you get, if you're strong in the market and this doesn't participate, right? What do you think is going to happen if we start to get weak in the market?
And that name should, in theory, be a good short.
It's going to be the first one to roll over, right? And it's going to roll over the most cleanly. Right? And so you want to be thinking about that on an intraday basis. Why would we want to be thinking about that on an intraday basis? What about an intraday basis matters?
Because market context is different every day.
Well, right now it is, right?
Yeah.
Because we're trading at a lot of we're trading it with a lot of what?
Uncertainty.
Uncertainty, yes. We're trading with a tremendous amount of uncertainty. Right? So, did we get everything resolved yesterday?
No.
No, we did not. So, without it being resolved, do the funds have the gumption and the belief that they can just trace this to the upside?
No. We don't have that.
No, not at all, right? And so, with that being said, it's something you have to be very, very aware of, right? It was a good bounce, but we don't have any more resolution than we did yesterday. We have hints of it, but we don't actually have it. And so it goes back to that tape that we had previously where things are pushing around in both directions, right? I don't think you want to call it a dead cat bounce. I don't think you want to be too aggressive with it. I think you want to just call it what it is. right? If you just call it what it is, which is what? What is it? What is it? No. It's not it's in range. Thank you. Yes, things are still in range, and we don't have that resolution, right? So it's just traders pushing things around. It's traders pushing things around, and think about it occurring on higher time frames. And so that's where those momentum trades are great. Can we look at VXX? And I'm sure I got stopped out on VXX. I was thinking that maybe we would have an intraday capitulation, and I knew I had this meeting, and so I didn't get it to the prices I wanted. But yeah, so I think that again, it's traders trading against traders. So it's just we're gonna have price moving around quite a lot, and that's okay. That's completely okay. So you're going to want to update the narrative. Has the setup changed at all? It was a day 2. Did the setup change at all? No. On day 2s, what do you typically look for? Some sort of reversionary play and then likely a reversal, right? Or some sort of likely some sort of continuation play, and then most day 2s wind up kind of dribbling back down. But they're really good continuation plays off the open, aren't they? Like really good continuation plays off the open or early in the session. And so when it doesn't really continue in that way, you don't really have as much to do. Make sense? Everybody comfortable with that? Now we're into this part where we probably put in the range for the day, and we're probably back and forth for a lot of the rest of the day, but it does depend a little bit on the potential of the tariff threats and all that stuff, right? So, and that's a really good example of a rubber band. That's a really good example of a rubber band right there. Okay, let's go to Qs, please. So you're going to want to play a little bit of a game here of relative strength, relative weakness, right? Relative strength, relative weakness. What's relatively strong, both market and name-wise, and what's relatively weak. And you can trade with the direction of that relative move in either direction. Make sense? Okay, great.
Jeff, can I make a note here as well?
Yeah.
I think also that dynamic can shift in days like today when some of the names that may have been strongest early on, that dynamic can change and then end up having relative weakness when the market changes. I think a good example is Meta, which was relatively strong at the open. Once it broke below VWAP, now it's behaving in a relatively weak basis.
Well, I wouldn't even say it was relatively strong on the open, right? Relative to what?
11 a.m.
Well, I measure it relative to the Qs. That's kind of the benchmark that I use.
I don't think so. Maybe on a percentage basis, but look at the price action there on a relative basis to Apple or Tesla or Nvidia. All those made decent up moves, and this didn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm using.
So what I'm saying is on an intraday basis. Yes, yeah. Don't look at the percentage moves. Think about it on an intraday price action basis, because that's the way other traders are thinking about it. Honestly, that's the way the other traders are thinking about it right now. What's relatively strong, relatively weak, right? I do think that you could take that. I think it's more of a puppy dog consolidation below 540 after 1030. I do think you can take that, but you want to be thinking what's relatively strong, relatively weak, right? On an intraday basis, not a percent that it's up, but relative to the price action of the other names. Like if you forgot where they were trading and just looked at the charts of one versus the other, You want to figure out which ones are strong, which ones are weak, right? Okay.
Yeah.
We are in high strength, high weakness. There's no question about it right now. Yep. The best thing to do is watch ticks, $ TICK. You see how we're bouncing all over the place, but you see that clear downtrend starting. We were very strong holding above 1,000, and then you can see that downtrend that started. You will see the inverse of it as well when we go to the upside on a high strength, high weakness environment. It's almost like the ticks get pressed, and then it like the price action catches up. Does that make sense? You can see at 10:30 we were holding, and then we dropped, and then we came up. And then we started to go to the downside, right? There's a chance we continue to roll, but I would think that we are more, as Darius said, volatility in range now. So we're up and then down and then up and then down, but we will see. It's really tough when we have this 12 o'clock news. It'll probably get leaked early too. So just something to pay attention to. So we're talking about day twos, which this is how I was going to get to volatility and range. On a day two, if we don't continue to hold outside of the day one range, what is more likely to happen? Or if we go up and we're not going up in the right way, what's more likely to happen on day two? Mean reversion, which means what? What sort of trade are you thinking about that?
A backside to yesterday's lows or VWAP.
Well, I'm sorry, what sort of setup are you thinking? If the day two
Volatility
starts to
range.
fail, what sort of range, what sort of setup are you really thinking about?
Volatility in range.
Volatility and range. And this is how quickly things change, right? With indicators. You can use tick as a very straightforward indicator for your trading. Okay, so if we, in the market, if we don't hold higher, we don't hold higher like this, and everything feels kind of soft, then we get a pull in, or we start to see signs of a pull in. That's where we're thinking this is more volatility and range. Does it mean we're going to go all the way down to the lows? I mean, the only reason I would see that is take into yesterday's range even. The only way I would see that really would be is if we have a news catalyst that does it. But for now, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Make sense? Okay, cool. Jason, what was your question?
Yeah, so I'm short off of Apple on the 15-minute break from the highs.
Okay.
And this is kind of an idea trade going into the news. So I'm still holding full size into the news. I'm just wanting your opinion on that.
I struggle with holding into any planned catalyst, right?
Okay.
Like I struggle with that. Does it mean it's not the right idea? No, it's definitely a good idea. But what if they come out and say, we're doing 50% with some exceptions? What if they come out and say, it sounds like they're going to come out and say, we're doing 50%, period, right? Like that's what it sounds like they're going to say. But do you know what they're going to say?
Of course not.
Do I know what they're going to say? No. So if you are going to hold it, your stop is where?
I'm not sure. What do you mean?
Where would your stop be if you're going to hold it into the news?
Like break even?
Okay. I mean, that's a question that you need to know where your stop's going to be if you're going to hold it into the news.
Yeah.
You can't say, I'm not sure. You have to know where your stop's going to be if you're going to hold it into the news, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, I would expect it to go down immediately on the news. Otherwise, I'm out just immediately.
Okay. But what if it goes up immediately on the news?
Then I'm out immediately.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying it's good or bad. You just absolutely have to have a plan there.
Right.
And it's not a trade I would take because I don't like the volatility around these events.
Okay.
It's a very good trade on an intraday basis, but coming into an event, you just I don't hold things into FOMC, right?
Mhm.
Like even if I'm up a lot, I'm not going to take things into FOMC. And the reason why you want to frame the trade appropriately is you absolutely, absolutely must. This is not an option, but you absolutely must be comfortable and accept whatever your plan is. If your plan is to stop out break even and you were up 5 points and it rips in your face and stops you out, you can't say, man, I knew I should have.
Mhm.
If your plan is to stop break even and it dips down 10 points, but you covered, you can't say, man, I should have. Right?
Right. So I know you said you don't hold things into events, but would you feel more comfortable holding like maybe just a quarter or something into it?
I mean, again, I don't hold into events.
Okay, just 0. Okay.
Yeah. The reason is because I want my head clear. I want my head clear for the event.
Mhm.
Right? I want my head clear for the event. Because just like any planned catalyst, the response to the catalyst is more important than the catalyst itself, in my mind.
Yep.
The
Makes sense.
catalyst is just the catalyst. Like Steve talked about in the morning meeting, we have had an amazing period of time yesterday where we were in this meeting and that 50% tariff comment came out, right? I thought for sure we were going to get whacked on that pretty hard, but we didn't. And then we had some other negative commentary come out, didn't we? Overnight, right? Like some pretty strong positioning. China said they're going to fight, right?
To the death.
To the death. Like that sounds pretty bad. And did we go down on that?
Baba went down a little bit, but not as much as you would expect yesterday.
Not much, right?
Yeah.
Not much. So this is a very fascinating tape right now. The response to the catalysts are more important than the catalysts themselves. What's really interesting is on the way down, when the catalysts were getting a little bit worse and then worse and then worse, how were we responding to those worse catalysts? With more and more and more aggression, right? How was the price responding? Every time there was a negative catalyst, it seemed like, wow, that's down a lot, right?
Jeff, what do you think about yesterday when Trump mentioned that we had that initial approach and then we didn't follow through? We just balanced there.
At the lows?
Yesterday when we have the breaking news during the meeting.
You just talked about that, right? Like I just thought it was fascinating that it didn't go lower. That made me think we were going to kind of grind higher.
Yeah.
When you can't go down on negative news anymore, there are a lot of people that will attach themselves to that news and be like, wow, that's so negative. But that's why you want to delineate the response from the catalyst itself. That's why we score a catalyst, but we don't score a catalyst based on the stock's response. We're most surprised when those catalysts don't get the response that we want. All right. So today we've talked about day twos, which normally in a day two, you'll get some sort of continuation move. And then if you don't get continuation like holding, then you will likely get what? What are you more likely to get?
Inside day.
Reversal,
Volatility and range. Yep. Volatility and range. Right? If it does hold outside the range, what's the day two more likely to turn into?
Trend day to the upside.
Yes.
Day two.
Continuation with trend. Yep. Continuation with trend.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for in Apple, Nvidia, and Tesla after that high day break.
Yeah.
For like a second chance. Using pre-market and high day until that like.
And that's where the ticks really can tell you the story, right? The ticks really can tell you the story of what's happening. So you want to look for these trades, but you always want them to be grounded in information. And you always want them to be grounded in valid information. Yesterday and recently I've heard a tremendous amount of should happens, right? And very few, this is what is happening and why, right? So when tick readings are very negative, what should happen?
Go down, continue
Bring
lower.
lower.
Downtrend.
Yes. But why would we be looking for continuation to the upside and second chances when the tick readings are getting more and more negative?
Because when it should go down and it doesn't, that's information.
Yes, but very rarely are the tick readings going to be getting more and more negative, and then we still go higher, right? Very, very rarely are we going to do that in market stocks. Most of the time, as tick readings are getting negative and we're pushing higher, what should be happening to the ticks when we push higher?
Should be positive.
Not just positive, but they should be pushing
1,000.
higher, right? They should be continuing to the upside. And sometimes it just takes a little minute or a couple minutes for things to kind of flip. But we just saw an example of how quickly they can flip when they do, right? Something fascinating to pay attention to. So setups from today, day twos, and volatility in range. Day two and volatility in range. Does that make sense? Those are the setups that we talk about from today. Day one is where you have a bigger than normal move and usually a close in the upper part of the range. Why I think it's a day two in the market is because we had closes off the lows. And in particular, as Jamie pointed out, we had a very negative catalyst that we did not respond negatively to. So I was thinking day two, right? Yes, Aniket, that's right. When a day two is high strength, high weakness, that is a very interesting indicator that we're actually in a volatility and range tape. Make sense? And then volatility and range, which is we're up and we just kind of can't get higher. So what's going to happen? If we start to fail, how quickly are we going to fail? Really quickly. So on day twos, you're initially going to want to go with the stronger names to the upside, and NVIDIA was one of the strongest names to the upside today. And then if we start to fail, what names are you going to want to go to?
The weakers.
The weaker names on a relative basis, right? Not on a percent basis, not on a gap basis, on a relative basis. So SMCI was a really good example of that. MSTR. MSTR was a really good example of that. It never really got higher. Meta was a really good example of that. It never really got higher relative to anything else, right? Those are really good examples of when things are weak, they can get weak fast. We'll wrap there. Thank you, everybody.
seconds on FATM. Should still be in the extra. Open. Continue to 18. Yeah. 19 level up. Nice job. Oh man. This thing is fucking nuts, man. Fucking course I'm stopping. Stop it. I think if I fucking dropped, I would have stuffed. Won't let me down. Draw me down. Fucking hell, man. Fucking course. 50. I guess we can move this one.
might come out later in the day. Like the deadline's probably up, but maybe they're already in talks.
2. Yeah. I'm gonna get some Chipotle after, or maybe around 2.
What is that? Peanut butter chunky ass peanut butter, bro.
I love it. It's my favorite. just fuck around, but like, yo, were you on airplane mode for the past 3 days? Then like messages didn't go through. Bro, bring it up, bro. Fuck it. It's nothing serious.
Nah, I will like in person, but text is way too fragile for trying to clap.
Oh yeah, because maybe you got a point there. Or just say anything stupid that will make her laugh. Bro. That's it.
Yeah, no. That's literally it, which is insane because like
That's all you have to do. If you ever make her laugh, bro, that's it. She'll show you. Sounds easy to say, right?
women are easy trading.
Nah, I'll probably say both to her, bro.
Well, I'll say women in general, yeah, it's I'm not up, so I'm like waiting to see like if there's a good option trade.
I was thinking of shorting this Nike here.
I feel like I was thinking the same idea. Like just like anything in the market basically. It's just so
I'm thinking now Tesla since it broke lower day. Market is breaking lower day.
Italy expected to raise its defense budget to 2%.
But I'm stopped for the day, so I'm not trying to push it.
almost there, so craziest thing is like some of my biggest comebacks have been like down like 4 steps.
Yo, how'd you do on that? IPO?
Did you see this FMTO? Yeah, bro, it's ridiculous. Are you going home? No, I'll sit and watch this. I don't have Argo, so I'm not trading it. Dude, Swag is scared to scalp this. That makes me scared to scalp this. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at this shit. Fuck that.
Shit is like a
It's
missile
15
going up,
cents.
bro.
What's the ticker?
FMTO.
FMTO?
Yeah, don't even look at it, bro.
Huh? Said don't even look at it.
Yeah.
So I set up for a means version. Sheesh, now you gotta get stuck on this shit.
You know what he said? O'Reilly said Swing is scared to scalp this.
Yeah, no, I expect it.
I don't know about this. Definitely don't need to be down with stuff on some dumb shit.
Yeah, that Nike short was good.
I think the anything short was good. Right there.
Oh, it's the same type of chair, right?
Mine's leather. It's totally
Yeah,
fine,
you're
too.
just not I feel like I'm too short for this table.
This table. This isn't one of the.
Yeah, it doesn't go down. Does it go down?
No, it's not
Shit, what the
it.
fuck is that?
It usually is like crank.
Yeah, I want one of those with crank. I wanted to short Apple at the time, but since I was slower, like, nah, I'm gonna flip.
As we saw in the first hour, 90 minutes of trade. The S&P at 51.44, 81 handles, the Dow at 703 points.
another setup right there. I have 30 setups.
Oh, we could do that too, right?
For what reason though?
I'll sit there.
It's even taller than this one.
Oh, yeah, right. Probably need a baby booster.
I might be able to see that. Let's see. I have to go max size. No, I wouldn't want to. Way too high. I'd be in this bitch like. Fuck that. I want a short fix soon. Oh my god, Country's back in range, bro. I was short for like 86.
Damn, there's 90.
Yeah, that's like. Oh, how was I not watching MU today?
Well, me was my first trade this week.
Yeah.
2 days, Friday.
Friday of last week.
Mm-hmm. I would say the best trade of the month.
Nice. Wow, way too high.
The stocks have come off the best levels of the day. We've seen treasury prices recoup losses back towards unchanged across the curve. The Eurozone flattish on the day at 4.187% in the 10-year, the 2-year at 3.767%, and the 3-year loan auction is going to see the results in a little over a half hour.
What time is the China news come out? 12:30.
Time is what?
China news?
It's supposed to be at 10 because they ended up coming out. Or is it? just about to open. Are you shorting it? Yo, okay, this is gonna run like $45, bro. I think this might just like go parabolic somewhat quickly in the after hours and just die. Firm short 2,000 shares right now.
Of that one?
Yeah, FMTO.
CF Max is there.
Short Bear just tweeted like an NU, ticker NU multiple somewhere, like a JP Morgan research report about it. Something about how they're upgrading Nubank to overweight digital. Totally fair. I just feel like the Short Bear confluence maybe making some kind of volume uptick. Fair.
What the fuck? Guys, there's news. I think. Yeah, that's from a few minutes ago. Let me find this one. Anyway, this is what's like.
White House says 104% tariffs on China went into effect in June. No change. Yeah, they went in effect at noon. I guess China never responded. Did you just cracked 100?
spread was $1. So when I sold at 30, I wasn't getting taken. Now I had a 90 is walking back some sort of report. I don't know what report. About the China thing? Not sure. That's big if that's what it is. Tonight at midnight, not at noon, so it's not in effect yet. It's not in effect yet.
I guess CNBC walked back the fact that the tariffs go into effect.
Still probably gonna end up going into effect, but why is the market not concerned about it?
basically on notification, U.S. moving forward with 104% China tariffs. Additional tariffs start at 12:01 a.m. So 82. What was that? Sorry, just say it one more time. Cool. See you soon.
healthy demand area to a lower weight cover ratio.
You have to locate UVXY.
We've seen continued weakness in a host of emerging market currencies, with Colombian peso falling to 8 year-to-date low. And Mexican peso touching 2069 and 90 today, the lows of the day as well.
You're out of here?
Get some food real quick.
Where you getting?
2-3 faces.
I know, I'm thinking shorting it here.
Can you even short?
No, you gotta locate the shares, but I'm sure they're not expensive.
No fucking wonder. No, because I tried to click shares and it didn't work.
No, it didn't work either. I tried to, but that probably saved you, right? Like you were probably trying to go short.
Yeah. Are you sure you have to income?
Yeah, like I tried shorting one share, market short, nothing.
I think we're banned from shorting it.
Nah, I've tried it before. I've
Oh, you
shorted,
did?
I've traded this before. UXX.
Been trending, just grinding, man. I lost on it.
UVXY. I might locate shift.
Bro, that's it. Just call it a day. You just get it all back.
I'm just locating it. Just in case.
How much are the locates?
2 cents. It's gonna cost me like $5. I got 200 shares. I'm gonna try this around 44. It pops like really fast at 44 is what I'll try short this. I might just try short it here. Stop above 43.51.
Right now it's confirmed, and then we will be visiting on April 17th.
Coming.
Spokesperson for Southbow SLDO confirming that the Keystone Pipeline was shut off Tuesday after an oil spill.
Almost got stopped, but I didn't quite get stopped. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna fail this. Go. It's on the threshold, so you gotta locate it every single time.
You see the NASDAQ and the S&P touch negative territory after this 3-year low option decline in stocks has been steady since about 90 minutes or so into the trading session. The NASDAQ composite now at 45.
Recording in progress.
So anyway, let's get into reading the tape from yesterday. And you guys can let me know what's going on with the market. I mean, to get to Jason's point, like, you know, there definitely was a short in Apple off the news. And that was a really good short. I was going to try and do this live, but I had to come into the conference room because there was too much going on. So, yeah, it sounds like the tariffs got increased by a whole bunch. So that's at noon or midnight tonight. So this is a crazy market day. I thought it was going to be volatility and range. Obviously, the news changed that story quite a bit. There's escalation across the board. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. We just gap filled, so, you know, be aware of that. And, you know, that's today, so there's nothing we can do about it. Right now, the thought is let's do reading the tape from yesterday. If everybody's comfortable, let's do the Qs, and we can do TQQQ because I think it's a little bit easier to read the tape on. So let me share my screen. Share my screen. There we go. Okay. And we'll go through the first part in a lot of speed. This is a warning for all stocks. If there's just going to be escalation after escalation, that's going to be bad for everybody. It'd be nice if there's some sort of pause somewhere, but everybody's standing strong. So everybody can see this. So this is yesterday on the open, and we'll watch it at 1x. The reality on the tape that's crazy is there's not a whole lot to watch in the first little bit. Like maybe you get a lift higher, but you know, you don't really see a whole lot. So we're going to go 10x just until we get to it. This is a fascinating thing. Because we're going to go candle by candle here. And what we're looking for here is something that just gives us, like right now, we just have like this little choppy range, right? And then we get a break to the downside. In general, we're so oversold that we want to be aware of that. And we want to give ourselves plenty of room to be very comfortable with this until it really starts to set up. And, you know, people are drawing levels and stuff like that, but we'll slow it down now. But the reality is you want to give it plenty of time to show you that this is truly a rubber band. So it looks like maybe it is, but you want to see it at least take out the candles of the prior highs. And then just like anything else, you really want to be watching, this is from yesterday, you really want to be watching the bids as they step up. So you're noticing this 36, and this is TQQQ, which is the triple levered Qs product. So the prices are weird relative to the market, but you notice how the bid's stepping up. Now we finally have a trade, right? When we finally have that first move and that change, we can go back and look at it again from the lows. Let's go back and look at it from the lows. Yeah. So, well, there we go. Let's watch it as it comes in. And, you know, as it starts to come into these levels and as it starts to extend, that's when we really zone in on the tape. Right? That's where we really start to look for the opportunities on the tape. Why as we're coming into the lows? Well, you don't have an entry trigger. You're just aware of this. So that's a good question. As you see the selling, and my eyes are really only on the sellers, they're not on the bid at all. You want to see a change. And you see that change at like we lift up to 70 cents and now we lift to 80 cents. Do you notice how distinct that change is? And then we come back down and the sellers are at 70 cents. But then we start to lift and get above that. Now you can switch to the bid a little bit if you want to, right? 80 cents. And the reality is on a big opportunity like this, you're willing to risk and move and miss a lot of the first one. What you don't want to do is buy it too early and then have it whoosh down on you. You really want to try to avoid that if possible. So now your eyes are on the bid. And what you're really trying to figure out is the bid strong? And if the bid's strong, and you can see how strong the bid feels, right? Like you notice how the bid is stepping up and stepping up. And you can have your entry all the way back here at like, you can wait for kind of that 36.20. You want to see the bidders take that out. You want to see them hold higher. You don't want to, and you don't expect that they'll just like rocket ship from there, but you want to see them hold higher. And the reason why you want to see them hold higher, like we obviously saw the turn down in the 70 cent area, but the reason why you want to see them hold higher is that actually triggers the trade, right? So now we got a higher move. Now let's see, is there any pull in? And if there is a pull in, what do the bidders do? There's the pull in. And look how quickly that rebid occurred. right? Look how quickly that rebid to 25 cents occurred. And there's the pull in. And now let's see. Basically, if we lift 30 cents, I'm probably risking a point, and I'm looking for a really, really, really good move off the open. Again, I don't have like necessarily everything that I need to see quite yet, but I have an idea that maybe we're going to turn here.
Are you trading, Sammy?
Now we're back all the way down to that 70 cents. Is that what we want to see for this rubber band? Is that what you want to see at all? No, that is not what you want to see. You want to see a distinct and noticeable change, right?
I just feel like the bar
You want to see a distinct and noticeable change.
so bad, bro.
What?
I want to short this VSX so bad, but I already got fucking chopped up.
I think we get one more clear out and then that's it. So you might get another shot.
All of this is very interesting, but we don't have a clear and noticeable change quite yet. We had what looked like a change, but we didn't have a change. Now my eyes go back to the offer
Tell them like, yo,
as we try and lift. And what I'm feeling is that the sellers are kind of really pushing and they feel like they're kind of in control. But if we get above that 36.20, look out. This could really turn into a great trade to the upside very, very quickly. You can see how every time we go to 35, the sellers, or 36, the sellers step right back in, right? This is what we want to observe when you're looking for a bounce. You want to have this idea that we could bounce, but then you really do want to be a little bit patient and give yourself plenty of room to let that idea play out. Does that make sense? You don't want to get in the habit of chasing things. You don't want to get in the habit of predicting and then not seeing the follow through. You want to give yourself a little bit more room, I mean. Okay. Regular sizes, I'm looking at less. Sometimes they're in there, but the reality is I'm looking more at the tape than the sizes. The sizes sometimes will show up, but I don't see anything significant. If you see something like a 200 or 300, that's significant, right? Like a 10x size, even 15, 20x size, that's significant. But right now, we just have a lot of selling pressure because the sellers were able to take it right back down and through, right? I don't see anything that tells me the sellers aren't in complete control at this point, aside from the fact that it's odd that they can't take it down below 35.30. Now they are below 35.30. I would not have been looking for the short. These are all good questions. I would consider the tape a -8 to -9 right now because of the aggressiveness of the sellers. I'd love it to get more aggressive, but you know, it's bouncing between a -8 and a -9 on the tape, which is sort of what you want to see for capitulatory bottom price action, right? So I'm glad this is your first webinar. Thank you for being here. So now I'm thinking, okay, the true low was all the way down here at 35, basically. I'm really interested to see what it looks like here. And this is a really fast tape, so we're going to want to be aware. But notice that change. We just lifted to 40. Now you see the big size, right? You see the big, big, big size. We're going to slow it down to half speed if it lets us. There we go. See big size coming in on the offer, right? We talked about it wanting to be 200 something shares, and now it's big size. It's surprising to me that it won't let it lift. It won't push it way lower, isn't it? Is that surprising to anybody else? When you have big size there and it doesn't push it lower. It doesn't mean we have a trade. It's just something to pay attention to. We're still looking for a change and our eyes are still on the offer. They're not on the bid, they're on the offer. And they're on the offer because we want to see those sellers lift. Those size sellers we want to see completely lift, right?
It's just so grindy. Dumbbell pins. Yeah, it's custom. But I just want like a quick move, so that'd probably be like the end of it. Right.
There's a lot of pressure to the downside, but it just isn't pushing it lower. It's just very steady. Like -10 is like, now we see the beginning of it's starting to try and lift, right? You can see the sellers just feel like they're giving it everything and they're not getting it lower. I think it's weird, right? So when I think of this, I don't know that it's a buy program yet. I think that this is just like forced selling at this point. And now we're starting to see a really distinct change, right? We're starting to see the buyers step up, and you see size on the offer coming in. And again, that size is not pushing anything lower at all, is it? Forced selling meaning liquidation. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, a lot of times what will happen is like margin calls, and they're just like selling them out. And now you're seeing the buyers step up, right? Now let's look at the divergence here with the buyers stepping up. You see them holding 50? This is the first time I'm like, oh, this looks really good. Because if you notice the difference between what we had before and then what we have now, you can feel how different the buyers feel, right? Before it felt like there was chase and then there wasn't anything there. Now it's the time. Now I feel like it's the chance for us. We dip out a little bit. Let's see if the buyers step up and through 60 cents. And you can say, like, if the buyers take this higher at 60 cents, this is really going to be a good trade. I'm not watching the sellers. I'm watching the buyers still. We saw that change coming in off the low, and now we want some confirmation of that change. We want to see the buyers, who the sellers are, again, still pushing it with everything they've got. But we want to see the sellers lose and the buyers say, okay, that's it. We're stepping in. And you'll see that with right now, you can see it where they're not dropping, are they? The bidders are just not dropping. It's very different than it was before, where it felt like the buyers just could not hold it up at all. And now the buyers are really fighting at this 30 cents area. They haven't won entirely, but they're really fighting right here, aren't they? Size on the bid. Just call it out if you can see a change. But it's so interesting that the buyers are so aggressive here at this 30 cents area, aren't they? Well, we don't have to decide who's going to win quite yet. This is what happens with really good trading. You sit down and there are a lot of different ways that this can play out. And you accept that fact, but you wait and wait and wait. Just because we're seeing the buyers step up doesn't necessarily mean we have everything we want to see. Now we see the buyers really start to step in, right? Now the buyers are really starting to step in. And you can stop, your stop would be low of day, 35, right? But your real stop would be down in this 30s area, right? You'd be there from that 30s area. And unlike most rubber bands where you're thinking VWAP target, I'm going to be out of a third and all that stuff, you're sitting here and thinking with a little bit of a bigger narrative. Now let's just pay attention to the buyers and see how strong they feel. Remember how strong the sellers felt. Let's think about the buyers here and think about how strong they feel now. I mean, you want to see that absolute shift in the tape. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Thank you for letting me know the market's dropping. Oh boy, really dropping. Okay. Wow. Thank you. This is that, and good rubber bands, this is that first test area. We have the first candle with big volume. Notice how big the volume was. Who sees what as a good idea? Buying this? Oh, tariffs. Let's not worry about that right now. I don't know that there's anybody that feels like these are a good idea, but yeah. The market clearly doesn't think these are a good idea. Targets for rubber bands are weird things on a day like today. Usually VWAP would be your target for a rubber band, but in this case, you're thinking at least high of day, like that 3850. But it depends on how you get there. So this is where you're really backing off of your expectations. And you're just thinking, okay, this is something I really want to see where it goes. And that's what we're talking about here with the buyers failing to lose. Like, have we seen the buyers lose at all? And you notice those two back-to-back huge candles of green, huge green candles in volume. That's exactly what you want to see. And now we're dipping out a little bit, but I expect the buyers to step almost right back in. I mean, my stop's still at the lows, and now I'm kind of thinking, all right, my stop's probably break even. I would not sell half here because I'm waiting to see the bidders step up and through, which they just did. Look, they just stepped up aggressively through. When you want to see really big bidding, this is what it looks like. When people are just like, I have to have this right now. Right? This is what it looks like. Sorry, I have to check the market again. Jeez, Apple wants it below 175. That's crazy. I don't know that Apple's going to be buying. But anyway, so you get to VWAP, and what happens with the buyers? Okay, there's a little bit of hesitation. Then the buyers step right back in, don't they? Little bit of hesitation. But look at the buyers accelerate through. This is where you can say, okay, my stop's probably 36.20 now or something like that, right? We've seen that spray through. It shouldn't really kind of come back down now. And again, we're thinking all the way to like 39, right? Let's jump ahead a little bit. This is how strong these buyers have been this entire time, right? So have you had a real reason to sell anything at this point? I would not add at any point. You could say you would add through VWAP, that's perfectly fine. But now look how close we are all the way to like back in that area. Now you're going to want to see, like, this is the first spot I would be like, okay, this is probably worth a sale, right? Straight line all the way up there. This is probably worth a good sale. Does that make sense? I actually didn't know it was 10 o'clock. I just knew that we consolidate for a little bit, but that's probably the first time that you're like, that's a good sale, right? So let's go forward like 5 minutes. At that point, like, I don't use the levels as much. It's just like, you're kind of saying, okay, that's a really big extended move on aggressive volume. At that point, we're probably out, right? Once it gets really extended, then we're probably out. You could use the prior 2-minute bar low, which would stop you out right here. But in general, you're like that. You're thinking that. So now you're in a position where you're in a position of strength, right? And for a bigger picture move, you're thinking maybe this balances for a couple minutes and then we turn into something. The last thing you want to do is get yourself chopped up here. What's your bias for the 39? That's the area that they sold it in pre-market, right? So at least it should go to 39, and then as it accelerates up, you're kind of getting tighter and tighter and tighter with your stop. Make sense? The keys for this trade, we'll actually look at the next one too, which is a breaking news trade. But the keys for this trade are you want to see, and sometimes that change takes a little longer than you think. Look, we thought we saw maybe that change there. It wasn't there. Then we definitely saw the change starting here, right? And we were risking about 30, 40 cents. And then we walked into a big, big move. When people talk about giant EV in your favor, this is exactly what they're talking about, right?
That was something.
It's exactly what they're talking about.
$2.50.
Because you can risk relatively small and you're still pretty wide, right? Risking 30, 40 cents, you're still pretty wide, but you're waiting for your exit. Instead of selling it at 37, you're in at 36. You risk 30 cents and you made 3 points. That's a 10 to 1, right? Roughly, maybe a little less. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. Now we get into this period of chop. Now honestly, you're kind of sitting here and you're going, okay, I'm probably out of a lot of it, but I'm waiting for the next trade. Now it's either going to be a failure and a start to roll, or it's going to be some sort of upside move. And so now you get back to that balance point, right? And I don't know that I would take the second chance yet, but it's certainly something that I'm thinking about here. But I really want to see how it responds when it pulls in a little bit. And it's pulling in a little bit, so let's see how it responds, right? This is where there are traders who will say, I knew this was going to go to the upside more, but like the reality is I don't think any of us really knew, but we were waiting for something else. Like you don't know what you're waiting for. Sometimes it starts to try and roll over, catches VWAP and then goes. Sometimes it just gives you this like puppy dog consolidation above 39. Sometimes it will hold up and then get some continuation, but you can notice the volume decreasing as we're in this holding pattern right here, right? You don't really know what the next trade is, but you've got these different ideas in your mind. And that's the key at this point. You don't want to predict what the next trade is going to be. You just want to take that scalp and then take the next trade, right? VXX above 80. It's crazy. I think 85 was low from yesterday, so we'll see if we close up there today. So this is the first time that you can go, wait, what is going on, right? What is going on here? Let's watch the bid. Go right to the bid, right? See how it goes to 40? And this is where you're like, okay, there's news, there's news, there's news. So you're just trying to find a spot in the tape that you can bet, that you can risk against, right? And so you're trying to find something. And right here, you see this 50. That's kind of where you can just risk against, or even 40, right? Even before that, if we go back, like, yeah, you just know that this is like really, really good, right? So, You know that this is really, really good because you see the increase in the volume and that spot, those spots on the tape just lift and lift and lift. Those are exactly what you want to see. Only for breaking news, as long as it's a news trade. Assume you're watching the tape here because it has started to consolidate. That's amazing. Nice job. Oliver, great. Oliver, you should do a playbook on that. Watch the tape, and this is where when you're watching the tape, you can really get a good sense for what is happening overall. You notice how the tape's just kind of back and forth right now?
Short VXX.
There's a decent bid there though, right? Let's see if we can pick up the change on the tape.
Alright, fellas.
Yeah, market might
You notice how the bid lifts and then it comes right back down and then it lifts and then it comes right back down. Now it goes 40, 50, 60. This is where you're like, this is so different. This is so different. I would have been out of it, all of it. And then I would have been buying when you see that bid just step up, step up, step up, step up, right? You're buying there looking for continuation. You don't look at your P&L. You never look at your P&L in these situations. You just kind of wait for it to go absolutely bananas. And like, this is like getting bananas already. And then you're like 40, my stop's probably 40, 50, right? And then your stop's probably 41. If it lifts 42, my stop's probably 41.50. All right, my stop's probably 42. All right, I'll be stopped out. That's fine. But the bids are right there at 42, right? Like, I'll take 42 all day. How do you avoid being out of this? What do you mean out of what? The best way to really get a giant thought on this is be like, what was the high of yesterday? 45. Okay. Now, if we hold 42, I'll probably try and buy some back. Thank you. I'm going to have to go back to my desk. I'll buy some back here.
middle back? Huh? You middle back?
Stop 41.50.
I mean, I was up. I was already up. Oh, man.
Stop 42. Thank you. But the indexes are bouncing nicely. All right. We'll stay in this for one more minute. Jeez.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, actually, it won't be. My setup gets delivered. just sent them from Chicago.
Where you gonna leave that?
Huh?
Here, will you bring it here?
No, I moved that one to my apartment, and then I'm getting a few monitors for this place too.
How much you spend?
I'm debating whether or not spending a lot or a
A
little.
lot of bouncing on yesterday's low.
Here though,
Yep.
That's what I was on boards.
where you gonna move?
Yeah.
He says he's got those.
Stop 43.
It's like, what do I do? I feel like that spot's open as well.
Stop 43.50. I'm always thinking I'm going to be stopped out on this. If that makes sense. Stop 44. Stop 44.30.
Never here. Alright, later guys. See you.
Yeah, I'll manually set stops in this situation, knowing I'm going to get stopped out. Stop 44.50. Stop 45. Stopped. So that's kind of what I'm thinking at this point. Does that make sense? So that's a breaking news trade, and this is an overextension trade. Make sense? That's all we're doing on these two. Okay. This is a great tape to watch and get comfortable with because a lot happened here. You can watch it in a lot of different names too, but this is a great tape to watch and get comfortable with. All right. Thanks, everybody.
thing is up so much. Like, I don't want to pop this shit. I think it's gonna roll back to you. Yeah. Maybe like 2 hours. Just go back to you. I'll fucking stop. So. Fuck, man. How was that not it, dude? Yeah, fuck. I'm done. Fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Disappointed. Myself. I feel like that was the only time that the turn felt like clear. I feel like anything else was slowers. Yeah. Big guy's laughing at me right now. Yeah, look at that. Look at this fucking pussy. Alright, bro. Fuck off, bro. Fuck off, man. Yeah, that's when I thought the turn was in. Just rage quit. Go to school. Gotta go to school. Fuck. Yeah, I gotta do fat right tonight. That's what too much of basics. Yeah, you like that, huh? So you fucking laugh at me? You can read and laugh. Nah, if you can read and laugh at me the whole time. Let's do basics. It's just laughing like mischievously. That's how I felt like once once VXX started rebidding. That's how I was like, alright. What'd you do on the VXX the longest?